빼는 거 맞죠?
We really do have a large turnout for today's symposium. So I would like to thank everyone for joining us for the 12th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. We have many people joining us online as well as offline. So I'd like to extend my welcome to those that have joined us online. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kim Yeon-jin. I'll be your host for today's symposium. It's truly a pleasure for me to serve as your host as I did last year. So it is truly a pleasure as an honor. The symposium was first held in 2013, so this is the 12th year that the symposium is being held. We are experiencing the legislative experience with those countries in Asia. We'll be dealing with the legislative solutions to social and legal issues. AI has now become a very important part of our life, and it is impacting many aspects of our life. And today we are going to talking about AI in the field of law. And we are going to be talking about cooperation in the field of legal tech. So we're going to be listening to the status of legal tech in different countries and also about a possible cooperation when it comes to legal tech. I hope that you will stay with us till the end of today's symposium. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin with today's symposium. We have many people that have joined us here online as well as offline. And so let me first introduce our VIPs. When I introduce our VIPs, please give them a big round of applause. First, we have Minister Wang-Yu Lee of the Ministry of Government Legislation. Thank you, Minister. And we also have President Young-Soo Han of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. And we have President Chung Mang-so and from Cambodia, we have Permanent Deputy Prime Minister Vong Se Visut. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you very much. And from the Kingdom of Thailand, we have Secretary General Pak Hon Niprapont from the Office of the Council of State. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again. And from the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, we have Vice Minister Ung Nguyen Con Ngoc of the Ministry of Justice. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give Vice Minister a round of applause. From the Embassy of Iraq, we have His Excellency the Ambassador. Oh, he seems to be standing in the back. So thank you, Your Excellency, for joining us here today. And we have also Mr. Chang Ji-won from the Library of the National Assembly. And we do have many distinguished guests with us, and it would have been only proper for me to introduce every one of them. However, in the interest of time, we have not been able to do so, so I'd like to extend my apologies. And once again, I want to thank you and welcome you to today's symposium. So we are now going to invite Minister Wang-Yu Lee of the Government Legislation to give us the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Minister Lee.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you for coming. My name is Lee Wan-kyu, Minister of Government Legislation, MOLEG of the Republic of Korea. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Han Young-soo, President of the Korea Legislation Research Institute, KLRI, for his ardent support. In particular, this year, the heads of Asian legislative institutions honored this symposium with their presence. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to His Excellency Bungse Visot, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, His Excellency Parkhon Nilprapund, Secretary General of the Council of State of the Kingdom of Thailand, His Excellency Fadrancia Luvis, Vice Cabinet Secretary of Indonesia, His Excellency Ung Yuen Kan Ung Ok, Vice Minister of Justice of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I would also like to thank our presenters, panelists, and moderators for their expertise and insights. I am especially grateful to the companies that have prepared exhibitions today and provide an opportunity to experience legal tech industry hands-on. This year, 2024, marks the 12th anniversary of the Asia Legislative Expert Symposium, ALES. It has become a venue for discussion to respond to common issues that Asia is facing, including natural disasters, pandemic, urban and transportation development for the future, and public participation in legislative procedures. At the last year's symposium, we discussed the establishment of a multilateral consultative body for a permanent discussion venue based on our 10-year experience. As a result, a preparatory committee for establishing the consultative body is launched today. And the Council of Asian Legislative Council, CALI, will be starting next year. ALES will be a part of the activities of CALI. The theme of today's symposium is Law Encounters AI, Cooperation Measures for Advancing Legal Tech in Asia. As you are witnessing the significant impact of the generative artificial intelligence, AI is exponentially impacting many fields around the world. The legal community is no exception. The introduction of legal services utilizing AI technology in many countries, including the US, China, and Germany, improves productivity by automating routine tasks and providing personalized services. Meanwhile, a decision to regulate it is made to address the concerns about risks, such as errors, biased information, and privacy violations. At today's meeting, legal tech that incorporates AI and GAI will be discussed from various perspectives. In the first session, we will share the current status and best practices of the legal tech industry in Korea, Singapore, and China, and talk about the desirable direction for legislation regulating and supporting the industry. The discussion will pave the way for a dramatic increase in citizens' access to legal services and enhancement of the efficiency and competitiveness of legal industry thanks to the legal tech. The second session today will examine cases of incorporating legal tech into public services and explore ways to promoting cooperation among Asian countries. I believe the dissemination of the use of AI technology in the field of digitalized legal information service will enable citizens to freely access legal information in their daily lives and participate in the legislative process. The world is facing a strong wave of AI technology. AI can enrich the lives of the citizens, but it can also pose unexpected threats. I believe the wisest way to deal with this wave is not to resist or avoid it, but to ride it and maintain the balance and flexibility. I hope today's discussion will contribute to the development of legal tech industry and expansion of public services, which would lead to the economic growth and development of the rule of law in Asia. And I believe that it will be achievable with our efforts. I wish all the participants happiness and health. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 우리
Yes, thank you, Minister. for those opening remarks. He has told us about the significance of today's symposium. Once again, thank you so much, Minister Lee. Now we're going to hear the welcoming remarks. President Young-soo Han of Korea Legislation Research Institute is going to give us the welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President Han. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am President Young-soo Han of Korea Legislation Research Institute. I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you for coming all the way out here to attend the 12th Asia Legislative Experts Symposium. I would, in particular, like to thank all the representatives of Asian countries as well as different organizations. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Minister Yeouido of Government Legislation for hosting this year's ALES. And today's symposium, we have the representatives from different countries in Asia, and they will be giving their remarks after me. Deputy Prime Minister Vongse Vesuth of Cambodia, and Secretary General Apako Niprapont of the Office of the Council of State of Thailand. And from the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam, we have Deputy Minister Ung Nguyen Con Ung Ok. So thank you all so much, and also welcome to today's symposium. At our ALES, we are going to be discussing about legal tech and the possible cooperation under the theme of the Law Encounters AI Cooperation Measures for Advancing Legal Tech Asia. The legal tech is an encounter between tech and law. So you may think that this is very unique or very new. At the end of 2022, generative AI was introduced to the world, and this technology has been advancing ever since at a very surprising speed. And some of the statistics that I have seen tell us that at the end of 2023, there are about 7,625 legal tech companies around the world. And also in terms of investment around the world, it's about 16 trillion won of the investments have been made. And if you just look at the technology side of the legal tech, we don't even have to use the terminology legal tech. If to search for the legal information or to search for information about the president, well, that sort of services, legal services, have been provided online from a long time ago. And we do have a national legal information system that we operate from our institute. And there's about 800,000 visitors per day. So it has become it is actually an output of the legal tech that is used by so many people in Korea. In the advanced nations such as the United States, simple legal documents or simple about analyzing the characteristics of the judge for pending a lawsuit, and about forecasting and the litigations can be done by these sort of systems. And given these legal tech developments, the legal tech status here in Asia, well, you may say that it's at a very nascent stage. However, Asia, as you know, in terms of population and economic size, well, I would like to say that the Asian market has the greatest potential when it comes to legal tech. And through ALES today, we'll be listening to the current status of legal tech in different countries in Asia. And we're also going to be sharing the know-how and the experiences from different countries in Asia. And I hope that the symposium will be able to promote further development of legal tech here in Asia. And before I conclude my remarks, and our Minister Lee has said in his opening remarks, the 12th Alice is very special because based on our accomplishment of the past 12 years, from beginning next year, we are going to be launching what's called Cali. And so in the morning, we have actually launched this particular organization. I hope that the organization will be launched without a hitch and be very successful. And our institution, we have operate what's called ALIN, ALIN, which has a participation from 37 different organizations from 20 different countries. I hope that we, in the rule of law and the legal administrative services, can be improved through ALIN. That's one of the hopes that I have. And once I would also like to use this opportunity to thank everyone who have put in the work to organize this symposium successfully. I wish you health and happiness. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 우리
Thank you very much. That was President Han of KLRI. And he mentioned that he can serve as a catalyst for the development of legal tech with the presence of all the audience today. And also we start our preparation for the future development as of today. Now I'm very pleased to have His Excellency Bungse Visot from Cambodia. Permanent Deputy Prime Minister Bungse Visot, please.
Excellency Lee Wan-kyu, Minister of Government Legislation, Republic of Korea. Excellency Pakon Nilprapun, Secretary General of the Office of the Council of State, Kingdom of Thailand. Excellency Nguyen Kha Nyok, Vice Minister, Ministry of Justice, the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Mr. Han Yang-soo, President of Korean Legislation Research Institute, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure and honor to participate in the 12th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium under the theme of Law Encounters AI, Cooperation Measures for Advancing Legal Texts in Asia. The organization of this symposium marked a significant milestone in our collective journey toward integrating AI into a legal landscape, and its theme reflects our shared commitment to tackle this new dimension of technology into our respective legal system. As we gather here, I am indeed filled with a sense of optimism and enthusiasm for what lies ahead of us. Our mission is clear. We have to harness the potential of AI to enhance the efficiency, accessibility, and fairness of the legal process across Asia. In the face of rapid technological advancement, the success of our endeavors will depend on our collaborative and adaptive ability to work together to explore and find appropriate solutions to respond to these emerging trends. It is through partnerships, knowledge sharing, and a common vision that we will be able to overcome challenges arising from this complexity of AI regulations and see opportunities to develop ethical standards that we can foster trust in our respective legal system. To achieve this, it is essential that our legal experts across Asia engage in continuous dialogue and cooperation by forming regional alliances which can serve as a platform for sharing best practices, developing joint frameworks to address the unique challenges presented by AI in our diverse legal environments. This collaborative approach will allow us to create robust regulatory mechanisms that protect the rights and interests of all stakeholders. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Kingdom of Cambodia, under the wise leadership of my Prime Minister, Hun Manet, has launched the outset of his administration in 2023, the Pentagonal Strategies Phase 1 for growth, employment, equity, efficiency, and sustainability, in which 5 key priorities were highlighted, namely people, road, water, electricity, and technology. By technology, we refer especially to digital technology, including AI. Of course, AI now go beyond the digital technology to address the fourth industrial revolution and accelerate the digital transformation of Cambodia's economy and society. I'm pleased to let you know that Cambodia's legal system is evolving quite rapidly, and AI presents both opportunities and challenges. By actively engaging in this symposium, I certainly hope that our Cambodian legal experts can contribute their valuable insight into how AI can be integrated into our judicial process, all and while preserving our unique legal tradition and value. One of the key areas where we must focus our efforts is on establishing clear guidelines and regulation for the use of AI in legal practices. This involves not only setting standards for data privacy and security, but also ensuring that AI systems are transparent and accountable. As such, I count on all of us here to work together so that we can develop the appropriate ethical frameworks that can govern the use of AI and prevent any misuse or bias. Another crucial aspect of a collaboration is the integration of AI into legal education and training. As legal professionals, it is our responsibility to stay abreast to technological advancement and understand how they impact our field. By incorporating an AI to our curricula and offering specialized training programs, we can equip the next generation of legal experts with the skill and knowledge needed to navigate this new landscape. In sum, I truly believe in fostering cooperation within academia, industry, government agency to advance our understanding of AI impact on the legal sector. Through this interdisciplinary research and joint initiative, I'm optimistic that we can develop innovative solutions to enhance the legal services delivery and uphold the rule of law. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm about to wrap up my speech here, I would like to see this moment to extend my heartfelt congratulations to each and every one of you for your dedication and hard work in this pioneering endeavor. Your contributions are instrumental in shaping the future of legal tech, not only in Asia, but across the globe. As we embark on this long journey, let us remain steadfast in our pursuit of excellence and innovation that AI can offer. Let us embrace the possibility to work collaboratively to create a regional legal ecosystem that it is responsive, resilient, and just. Having said that, let us not forget the importance of us as human beings. to maintain a strong human oversight, judgment, and value in the use of AI in the legal context. While AI can undoubtedly enhance our capability, it is ultimately our human value, ethics, and sense of justice that must guide its application. We must ensure that AI serves as a tool to augment our expertise rather than replace the critical thinking, the empathy that define our profession. In conclusion, the future of legal tech in Asia is bright, and Cambodia stands ready to contribute its unique perspective and strengths to this collective endeavor. Through collaboration, continuous learning, and commitment to ethical practices, we can harness the potential of AI to create a more efficient, accessible, and just legal system. Together, we will pave the way for a new era of legal innovation, one that benefits society as a whole and upholds the highest standards of justice. I look forward to the inspiring discussion and breakthrough that will emerge from this symposium, and wish the symposium a great success. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister Veso has given us the congratulatory remarks, as well as he has extended his remarks of appreciation. And he has told us of his hopes of active cooperation and an exchange of information. Now we're going to invite Secretary General Pakan Nilprapunt of the Office of a Council of State of the Kingdom of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary General.
Mr. Yeouido, Mr. of Government Legislation, Mr. Han Yong-soo, President of the Korea Legislation Research Institute, His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for my invitation. It's my immense honor to be part of the opening ceremony of the 12th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, co-hosted by the Ministry of Government Legislation and the Korea Legislation Research Institute. This momentous occasion is a testament of the power of collaboration, innovation, and shared vision in advancing legal tech and artificial intelligence across Asia for a more efficient, accessible, and just legal system. The cooperation of the experts from various countries not only foster a spirit of unity, but also pave the way to the groundbreaking advancement in legal technology. By combining our unique strengths, resources, and expertise, we are able to set new benchmarks for what can be achieved through collaboration. I think at the end of the symposium, we will celebrate many fruitful results of our active efforts. First and foremost, our joint initiative will lead to the development of cutting-edge AI power tools that streamline legal process, enhance accuracy, and reduce costs. These solutions are revolutionizing the way the legal profession works and setting new standards for efficiency and effectiveness in legal industry. Secondly, by leveraging AI and legal tech, we are making legal service more accessible to all, break down barriers that have long hindered access to justice. This collaboration ensures that individual, regardless of their socio-economic background, can receive legal assistance they need. Third, our commitment to ethical AI practices has been unwavering. Through our cooperation, we have established a robust framework that prioritizes transparency, fairness, and accountability, ensuring that AI technology are used responsibly and ethically in the legal sector. Fourthly, the exchange of knowledge and best practices among the experts have been invaluable. By learning from each other, we are building a stronger, more capable legal community that is well equipped to tackle the challenge of the future. Last but not least, our collaborative efforts have strengthened regional ties, fostering a sense of solidarity and shared purpose. Together, we are not just advancing legal tech in Asia, but also setting an example for global cooperation in this very progressive field. I, however, like to leave some critical matter for further discussion during the symposium. Firstly, I think central to the successful integration of AI in legal tech is unwavering commitment to the rule of law. The rule of law ensures that all individuals and institutions are accountable to laws that are publicly promulgated, equally enforced, and independently adjudicated. As we embrace AI, it is imperative that these systems operate within the framework upholding justice, equity, and human rights. Secondly, the integration of AI in legal tech industry is not without challenge. Ethical consideration regarding data privacy and accountability must be at the forefront of our discussion. As legal professionals, it is our duty to ensure that AI systems are designed and implemented in a manner that upholds the principle of the rule of law. Furthermore, the rise of AI in legal tech necessitates a paradigm shift in legal education and training. Further, lawyers must be equipped with the skill and navigate and leverage these advanced technology. These include deep understanding of AI algorithm, data analysis, and ethical implications of technology in legal practice. In conclusion, the legal tech industry is on the way of revolution driven by AI. By embracing this transformation, we have the opportunity to enhance the efficiency, accuracy, effectiveness, efficacy, and accessibility of legal services. However, we must do so with steadfast commitment to ethical principles and the rule of law. Ensure that technology serves as a force for good in the pursuit of justice. As we move forward, let us embrace the brave new world with sense of curiosity and responsibility. Together, we can harness the power of AI to create more and just, equitable legal system for all. Congratulations, Molek and KLRI, as well as each and every one of you for your dedication, hard work, and unwavering commitment to this noble symposium. Let us celebrate our achievement and look forward to many success yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Pak Kondil Prapunt, Secretary General of Office of Council of State, Kingdom of Thailand, gave us a good congratulations remark. Last but not least, we have the honor of having His Excellency Ung Yu In Khan Ung Ok, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Dear Mr. Lee Wan-kyu, Minister of Government Legislation, Republic of Korea, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Lee Wan-kyu, for inviting me to this 12th ALES. This year's symposium is focused on a very interesting issues, the interface between artificial intelligence and law, and how Asian legislators can cooperate for the common good. The recent rise of artificial intelligence is well documented and perhaps presents both challenges and opportunities in the legal landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence, or AI, might be defined differently, but according to one simple definition, AI refers to computer systems or machines capable of performing complex tasks that historically only a human could do, such as reasoning, making decisions, or solving problems. AI has advanced fast in recent years and can be seen in more and more areas of our life, including law and lawmaking. AI benefits have been widely recognized, including in the recent UN report entitled Governing AI for Humanity of September 2024, identifying that AI could rapidly reshape industries, change work processes, and increase productivity, transform our economies and societies in unprecedented ways. However, the rise of AI also brings not a few concerns and challenges, as mentioned in the UN report I have referred to. In preparing my speech, I used ChatGPT for help. When I asked ChatGPT for pros and cons of AI, I received the following fair answer. There are 5 pros of AI. First, increased efficiency. AI can automate repetitive tasks, allowing humans to focus on more complex and creative work. Second, data analysis. AI can process and analyze vast amounts of data quickly, providing insights that might be missed by humans. Third, 24 hours, 7 days a week availability. AI system can operate continuously without fatigue, providing services and support around the clock. Fourth, enhanced accuracy. In many cases, AI can perform tasks with a higher level of precision than humans, reducing areas in the fields like medicine and finance. Fifth, personalization. AI can tailor experiences and recommendations to individual users, enhancing customer satisfaction in various sectors. And there are also 5 cons of AI. First, job displacement. Automation might lead to job losses in certain sectors, particularly for routine tasks, raising concern about unemployment. Second, bias and fairness. AI system can inadvertently perpetuate existing biases, present in training data, leading to unfair outcomes. Third, privacy concern. The use of AI often involves large data sets, raising issues about data privacy and the potential for misuse. Fourth, dependence on technology. Over-reliance on AI can lead to a decline in critical thinking and problem-solving skills among humans. Fifth, high cost. Developing and implementing AI technologies can be expensive, posing a barrier for small businesses and startups. In summary, while AI offers significant benefit, it also poses challenges that require careful consideration and proactive management. That is the AI advice for me and probably for all. Against that background, I would like to congratulate the enormous work of governments, international organizations, trying to develop appropriate legal framework, international coordination for responsible AI advancement, such as the OECD AI Principle 2019, the G20 AI Principle 2019, the UNESCO recommendations on the ethics of AI 2021, the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics 2023, to name a few. And hopefully these symposium outcomes will be another example of regional coordination for AI advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, the AI rise has become an emerging global phenomenon. Governments might have different considerations and needs to approach AI advancement. In Vietnam, in 2021, the Prime Minister adopted the National Strategy on AI research, development, and applications up to 2030, aiming at promoting AI research, AI development, and AI application, making AI an important technological component of Vietnam's future development. To implement the strategy, the Minister of Justice of Vietnam is tasked, among other things, to improve laws and regulation to facilitate the safe, fair, and responsible AI advancement. We have tried to collect input from different sources through public consultations, workshops, seminars, with a wide public and private participation, including international experts who were invited to share views and experiences. Unfortunately, we have not completed all the tasks yet. With all those in mind, I highly appreciate that the Ministry of Government Legislation, Republic of Korea, has rightly chosen the theme, Law Encounters AI, Cooperation Measures for Advancing Legal Tech in Asia for the 12th ALES. And I feel very excited to be here to learn from other Asian colleagues on what and how they have done in encountering AI advancement from the perspective of law and legal developments. To conclude, let me once again thank the Minister Lee Wan-kyu for the leadership in organizing this symposium, and I look forward to working with all delegations for the success of our symposium. Thank you very much.
네, 귀한 말씀 진심으로 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. That was the Vice Minister Khan Eung Gok of the Ministry of Justice of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. And he has, of course, extended congratulations and his gratitude. And also he talked about his hope for AI and the legal tech. And this is the end of the opening ceremony. We would now like to take a commemorative picture with the VIPs in attendance. And I would like to to ask our VIPs to join us here in the front for the commemorative picture of Minister Lee Won-kyu from the Ministry of Government Legislation. Please join us here in the front. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our Minister a round of applause. And I would also like to ask President Han of the Korea Legislation Research Institute to join us, and the Permanent Deputy Prime Minister Vong Se-Visoth of Kingdom of Cambodia join us here in the front. Your Excellency, Minister, please join us here in the front. And Pako Niprapont, the Secretary General of the Office of the Council of State of the Kingdom of Thailand, please join us here in the front. And Vice Minister Eun Gok of the Ministry of Justice of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, please join us here on stage. And also President Eun Chung of the Korea Law Information Service, please join us here today. And also His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Mustafa Juma Alu Armu Tafeki, please join us here on stage. And also Mr. Ji Won Chang of the Library of the National Assembly, please join us here in the front. And also other distinguished guests, please follow our staff members to the stage so that we can all take a commemorative picture together.
We would like to invite our honorable guest who joined this photo session. We would like to have a commemorative photo session, so please come forward. 네, 뒤쪽에 계시는 분들.
And as for those that are in the back rows, please stand in the way so that your faces can be seen from the camera. So once
자, 이제 다들 서 주신 것 같은데.
I think that we are ready to take the picture.
카메라를 좀
So if you could look to the camera in front of you, and we would very much appreciate your big smile.
One more. 파이팅 포즈 한번 가볼까요?
Why don't we try this fighting pose? So at the count of 3.
Thank you very much for your cooperation. You may return to your seat. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 고맙겠습니다.
So ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for our VIPs. Once again, thank you all for your cooperation for the commemorative picture taken. This concludes the opening portion of today's symposium. And now we're going to take a break, and after the break, we are going to listen to the presentations on the regulations and support for the legal tech industry of different countries in Asia. Please enjoy.
그리고 가장 적은 비용으로 결과물을 받아볼 수 있는 점이 가장 큰 장점인 것 같습니다.
한 10장짜리를 한다고 하면은 한 두세 명이 달라붙어서 하루 이틀 정도는 했었어야 됐는데 이제 오픈런 서비스 때 바로 돌리면은 된 거를 보고 그걸 검토만 하면 되니까 하루도 안 걸리죠. 사실 한 두세 시간 정도만 하면 되니까 획기적으로 줄어들었다고 할 수 있죠.
비용도 어마어마하게 절약이 되는데요. 100장짜리 기준으로 체감하기로는 한 수백만 원 절감되는 그 효과가 있다라고 느껴집니다.
주니어 변호사나 아니면은 패럴리걸이 번역하는 데 있어서도 사실은 비용이 발생이 되는데 그런 절차 없이 바로 결과물을 받아서 그 초안을 검토해서 나갈 수 있기 때문에 획기적으로 비용을 줄일 수 있는 방법인 것 같습니다. 그거 외에도 사실은 그런 일반적인 번역 서비스들의 경우에는 아무래도 법률 용어에는 한계가 있는 것 같습니다. 하지만 이 AI가 이제 저희가 쓰는 이 서비스는 저희들에게 특화되어서 저희가 주로 사용하는 용어들을 학습을 해가지고 이제 사용을 하기 때문에 아무래도 법률 용어를 번역하는 데 있어서는 훨씬 더 수월하고요. 결과물도 훨씬 만족도가 높은 것 같습니다. 다른 것들보다 보안이나 이런 면에서도 물론 이제 장점이 당연히 있는 거고요. 그거는 정말 저희 로펌에서 일하는 변호사들로서는 부정할 수 있는 가장 큰 장점이 되기도 하지만요.
국제중재의 가장 큰 특징이 시큐리티랑 컨피덴셜리티가 지켜져야 된다는 거거든요. 그래서 항상 외부 업체 번역을 맡길 때 그게 항상 불안했었는데 오트라는 그 부분에 대한 염려가 없다 보니까 이거는 정말 국제중재에 특화된 서비스다라는 그 생각을 가지고 있습니다.
translate legal documents faster and smarter. A single click handles everything from quotes to delivery. Our AI boosts translation quality and allows for translation and proofreading to happen at the same time. Your translations are ready in the time it takes others to give a quote, with an expert lawyer review for guaranteed accuracy. Plus, our enhanced security features keep your confidential data safe. Discover the translation tool trusted by leading law firms and major companies. Bering Lab, helping experts focus on what they do best.
네, 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 휴식 시간이 또 금방 지나간 것 같네요. 저희 잠시 후 행사 이제 또 세션 첫
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will start our main session. Session number 1 will start. Please make your way into the hall. Please check your mobile phone if they are turned off or on the vibration mode. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided for you today. Channel number 1 is for Korean. Channel number 2 is for English.
begin the next session shortly, so please take your seats. Today's simultaneous interpretation will be provided during the session. So if you need it, please use the receiver on your table. Channel 1 for Korean, Channel 2 for English. 네, 휴식 시간.
I hope you had a great recess during the break. Now, without further ado, I'd like to give you the session number 1. We will be looking at the current status of legal tech industry and legislation regulations in around Asian countries. Without further ado, I'd like to have the presenter, Mr. Koo Tae-eun, co-chair of Legal Industry Council of the Republic of Korea. He will be talking about innovating legal services, a comprehensive overview of the legal tech industry in South Korea. I'd like to have Mr. Koo Tae-eun, co-chair, on the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a pleasure to talk about the status of the legal tech industry here in Korea. My name is Ted Koo, an attorney from Lin Law Firm here in Korea, and I'm also the co-chair of the Legal Tech Industry Association in Korea. I would like to explore with you how the legal tech industry is revolutionizing legal services in Korea. Today's my presentation consists of 5 main sections. I'll begin with an overview of the legal tech industry, followed by key legal tech services, and then I will examine core technological innovations and current regulatory status. And finally, I will discuss the challenges and future outlook of the industry. Legal tech is an industry that innovates legal services through technology and enhances efficiency by applying cutting-edge technologies such as AI, big data, and blockchain to legal work. In Korea, you may have seen the booth outside. We have many different companies such as the legal tech. So we have these legal tech startups that are gaining prominences, and the adoption of legal AI is expanding across law firms, corporate legal teams, and the public sector. Legal tech services can be divided into 4 main areas. First, AI-based automated contract drafting systems, and the second has related to machine learning algorithm for legal document review, and also the third is 24/7 legal consultation chatbots. And finally, there's the AI case analysis system. So these legal tech systems help to forecast the outcome of the lawsuit and also enhances access to the legal services to the Korean public. Let me introduce the member companies of our association. The first is Law & Company, which was established back in 2012, which aims to address information asymmetry in legal services through IT technology. Their flagship service, Law Talk, generates revenue through targeted advertising based on lawyers' specialties and locations. In 2022, they launched Big Case, an AI platform powered by 4.55 million cases, court rulings, and research papers. And this year, they introduced Super Lawyer, a generative AI assistant to streamline the legal work. Law & Company offers a comprehensive range of services to enhance and promote legal service through both platforms and B2B SaaS solutions. Law Talk, it's a legal service platform that connects users with right lawyers for their legal issues. This platform serves as a bridge between a client and legal professionals. And it also has a media channel with the name of Law Talk News. And there's a Big Case, which is a cutting-edge legal information search tool powered by the largest precedent database in South Korea, utilizing the latest AI technology for efficient legal search. And then there's the Super Lawyer, which has just been launched. It's a generative AI-powered assistant specifically designed for lawyers and law firms, helping legal professionals enhance their productivity and service delivery. And then there's a company called the Legal Tech, but the name of the company is Legal Tech. Legal Tech has what's called the Legal Tech of Yeouido, which was developed for an era where cybersecurity, data privacy, and compliance are key executive responsibilities. It provides enhanced security features compared to the standard file sharing solutions, enabling efficient and secure data sharing and management. This allows companies to participate in global business operations with robust security and user-friendly features. Legal Tech of Yeouido offers comprehensive solutions for secure data management across the various business scenarios. And these scenarios include M&A, corporate data management, healthcare industry solutions, or the investment information within the M&A market about the supply chain security, and due diligence, which supports IP due diligence. And so it actually provides a virtual data room where so that there can be a central hub for secure document sharing and collaboration across these various functions. And Legal Tech Vito effectively address critical security challenges in complex business environment by providing innovative solutions to common data sharing problems. The platform resolves several key issues. It simplifies file sharing within strict security policies by enabling web-based access without requiring separate program installation. The third company that I want to talk to you about is a law firm. Well, it has law firm has what's called the Chat GLD, which is Korea's pioneering integrated electronic legal document management service that revolutionizes legal document creation through AI technology. This generative legal document system offers a streamlined three-step process. User first inputs information in natural language, and then the AI system intelligently analyzes and requests additional information as needed based on regulatory requirements, and finally generates ready-to-use legal documents. The platform provides a comprehensive all-in-one solution that includes digital signature, real-time document sharing, and complete document management capabilities. And from Chat GLD employs an intuitive AI-powered legal document creation process, natural language input, AI analysis, interaction, and the legal requirement analysis. Well, as you can see from the slide, so it offers, and this system just like offers advanced AI document generation capabilities that surpasses conventional AI tools like the ChatGPT. The system provides very practical and easy services. And if the legal team of the companies were to use them, well, they could use the services more effectively and efficiently. And I would like tonight to introduce you to a company called the Bearing Lab, which specializes in automating legal translations backed by SoftBank Ventures, Asia, and Naver. They offer the most accurate AI legal translation engine in the market, supporting translations between English and Arabic, Chinese, French, German, Indonesian, Japanese, Korean, and Spanish through human post-editing by over 600 lawyers worldwide. They achieve a 3x speed at 40% lower cost without compromising quality, serving more than 140 law firms and 800 companies globally. And the fifth company that I want to introduce is BHSN, which provides legal AI solutions based on their proprietary legal specialized AI technologies, including a legal specialized LLM. They have three differentiating factors. They have a very legal specialized LLM that accurately understands legal and business terms, and they also have AI technology integrated into real SaaS solutions to enhance consumer productivity. And third, they have excellent collaboration between AI engineers and lawyers in developing their legal specialized LLM. BHSN has developed Alibi as a comprehensive AI business solution platform that integrates advanced technology with legal and business management. And the Ali CLM launched this year revolutionizes contract lifecycle management by offering AI-powered features such as contract review and repository search, streamline the entire contract-related workflow process. Expanding its capabilities, BHSN introduced Business Agent in October, a sophisticated tool that leverages accumulated legal and business data from Korean and international sources. And so I have introduced you to the most probably promising companies here in Korea in the field of legal tech. The major technological innovations in legal tech can be categorized into three areas. First, AI, machine learning enabled document analysis, case outcome prediction, and so forth. And second, the blockchain technology enables smart contracts and secures evidence preservation, ensuring tamper-proof legal transaction and data management. Third, big data facilitates legal risk analysis and cost prediction, helping identify patterns in vast amounts of legal data. And So the legal tech industry in Korea is experiencing rapid growth. Legal tech startups such as LawTalk, which I just introduced, are continuously expanding their market share in the legal service sector. Notably, the adoption of legal AI is increasing across law firms, corporate legal teams, and public institutions. This technological adoption has shown significant result in cost reduction and time efficiency while making legal services accessible to a broader range of clients. And our member companies have seen their sales and revenue increase. And so the market is introducing the legal tech in order to save time as well as cost. And more customers are now able to use the legal services more easily as well at a lower cost. So let's look at the regulations, but in the interest of time, I will not be able to go into the details. But we can look at the legal environment in legal tech from four perspectives. First, there's ongoing conflict between traditional legal practice and legal tech companies. I'm sure this is a case in almost all countries. Whenever there's a new innovation, there is going to be a conflict with the traditional place. So this is something that is unavoidable. And the Ministry of Government Legislation and other relevant ministries are trying to find solutions. Second, compliance with personal data protection laws and AI ethics has emerged as a crucial issue in legal technology applications. Third, there are unique characteristics in Korean regulations compared to the countries such as the United States and Europe. The legal tech market in the U.S. and Europe, I must say, are more acceptable and more generous, and because of the particular characteristics of the Korean legal system, and there are some challenges that need to be overcome. And finally, there are recent legislative movements and policy changes affecting the legal tech industry. And so there are policy changes that are taking place as of now in Korea. So if I may summarize, the legal tech industry faces three key dimensions in its development trajectory. The legal challenges are that the rapid pace of technological advancement is creating a significant gap with existing legal framework, and particularly complex issues determining legal liability in AI-driven services as traditional legal concepts struggle and adapt to new technological realities. But this has also great industrial potential because legal service is a service that is consumed almost by everyone in the country, and the industry is particularly well positioned for global market expansion with emerging opportunities in international markets becoming increasingly apparent. So I would like to ask for interest and support from the investors. And there are also policy needs, of course, in order to foster industry growth. Government intervention is crucial in two areas: improving regulatory frameworks to accommodate new technologies, and also implementing innovation-friendly policies that can support the legal tech sector's development. Let me try to draw the conclusion. The importance of innovation in legal services is emphasized in many aspects. And continuous innovation is essential to maintain competitiveness and relevance. And also, the legal tech innovation increases service delivery in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. The professionals in the legal field will be able to provide better services as a result of the development in the legal tech. And also legal tech, the innovation in legal tech enables better access and fairness to those that are to enjoy the legal services. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. We have been hearing about various aspects of the legal tech of Korea nowadays. It has just started in Korea with all these regulations related to legal tech, and we have been also hearing the advice about what to do in the future with this nascent system. Now moving on, I'd like to invite Mr. Paul Neo from the Singapore Academy of Law. He is the COO and CFO of the Singapore Academy of Law. He will be talking about the legal tech industry and legalization in Singapore. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister Wang Yu Lee of the Korean Ministry of Government Legislation, Excellencies, President Yong-Soo Han of the Korean Legislation Research Institute, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to speak at this conference, and my presentation will be in two parts. First, I'll give an overview of Singapore's legal tech industry, focusing on our development efforts, and second, I'll touch on our approach where legislation is concerned. Now, the video you've just seen is a 7-year-old video used to call Singapore's legal fraternity to action amidst the accelerating disruption to multiple economic sectors like finance, travel, and retail brought about by technology. Our leaders were acutely aware of the urgency for Singapore's legal sector and other professional services to be ahead of the disruption and to put together industry transformation master plans as part of the Smart Nation initiative, which is Singapore's blueprint to ensure that all economic sectors leverage technology to benefit society and maintain competitiveness in the global digital economy. And there was good reason to be concerned, because this is what a typical law office looked like back in 2016. No doubt, this could be a picture of beauty to some lawyers for the amount of billable work it represents, but it was ironic given that Singapore was one of the first jurisdictions in Asia to implement online reporting of judgments through our LawNet service launched in 1990. And as early as 1995, we had technology courts equipped with multimedia facilities, followed by electronic filing of submissions in 1997. So it was felt that we had somehow lost our early momentum, and our Chief Justice renewed his call for Singapore to catch up with the rest of the world in legal tech. The problem is made more acute by the fact that the majority of law firms in Singapore are small and vulnerable to disruption. Yet these are the very ones that serve the man on the street, and their demise could pose an access to justice issue. So how did we bridge the gap? Looking back at previous efforts, we realized that the top-down approach to compel legal tech adoption by the industry had limitations. Now, we are very blessed to have visionary leaders in Singapore, but sometimes their plans are ahead of what industry is ready for. We had also observed in neighboring common law jurisdictions like Malaysia and Hong Kong, where there was far less top-down intervention, they had more dynamic grassroots legal tech movements which we wanted to create. But their organic legal tech ecosystems were hobbled by the lack of government support. They had the opposite problem from us. So it's clear that we needed a balance of both the top-down and the ground-up initiatives to make this happen. We created the framework, which is the model for the Future Law Innovation Program, our national initiative to prepare our legal sector for the future economy and to seed a legal tech ecosystem in Singapore. FLIP brought together not only lawyers, but also technologists, entrepreneurs, investors, and regulators to innovate new ways of delivering legal services in the future economy. FLIP is an innovation program that provides participants with support in business model innovation, technology adoption and development, knowledge building, and regulatory review. Of course, as an industry transformation program, there was also a lot of focus on mindset change. FLIP comprised 3 components: an innovation-centric co-working space called the Legal Innovation Lab, a virtual extension of that space dubbed the Virtual Community Platform to enable online collaboration and access to technology tools and resources, and finally, an accelerator to support the growth and internationalization of incubated startups. These 3 components came together in an innovation roadmap comprising 3 tracks. First, lighten up, ideate, and accelerate. This provided an end-to-end solution for law firms to compete in the global future economy. I call it future readiness in a box. But you can start from any point depending on your state of innovation readiness. And there is a self-diagnostic tool to help lawyers determine the best starting point. FLIP also had an academic partnership with the Singapore Management University's Law School, because the future of our profession starts in our universities. Students could intern with FLIP to participate in the transformation of the industry that they would soon be joining. And SMU used the learnings from FLIP to inform their curriculum updates. These law students helped to develop 2 industry projects aimed at supporting the legal tech startups and law firms in the innovation journey. First, the 101 industry problem statements is a compilation of pain points in the delivery of legal services to help solution providers identify the issues to solve. Second, the business process re-engineering toolkit was aimed at small law firms to guide them in integrating relevant technology with their business processes and workflows. And here's a short video of how it all came together. During its 2-year run from 2018 to 2020, Flip drew participation from 73 legal tech enterprises from 11 countries. It conducted 30 tech and innovation workshops, 19 tech demos, 14 open houses, 4 hackathons, 2 product launches, and graduated 1 accelerator cohort from its Global Legal Innovation and Digital Entrepreneurship program. Many of these activities were run in collaboration with overseas partners like the UK's Legal Geek. And since lawyers are sometimes too busy to attend Flip events, we also had a YouTube channel and a podcast to spread the knowledge from the program. Flip was successful in facilitating the founding of some local legal tech startups through mergers and acquisitions, and also in attracting international law firms like Clifford Chance to set up the Global Innovation Labs in Singapore. It also helped some young lawyers to experiment with new ways of delivering their legal services and supported in-house counsel like the Hilton's legal department to showcase their legal operations innovation. Flip was intended to be a local program, but it somehow attracted international interest, and we had participants from 11 countries during the 2-year pilot. This made us realize that there was a need for international legal innovation platform, and so we collaborated with our international participants to launch the Asia Pacific's first pan-regional legal tech and innovation association called ALITA. The 2-year pilot of Flip ended just as COVID struck, and we noticed that Flip participants were able to pivot more quickly to remote delivery of legal services during the lockdowns than others. Soon after, we had requests from industry to restart Flip, and we are now looking at ways to bring its benefits closer to the public through a greater focus on access to justice, legal tech solutions, and by perhaps locating the Legal Innovation Lab within our new State Courts building. So that concludes my presentation on the status of our legal tech scene, and I'll now switch to touching on Singapore's approach to legislating legal tech. In short, we don't. Singapore does not currently have any specific legislation to govern the use of legal technology by lawyers or self-represented persons in court. Instead, we seek to achieve a balance by ensuring that the legal industry utilizes new technologies like Gen AI effectively, promoting innovation and experimentation on one hand, whilst balancing the protection of client rights and ensuring that professional standards and ethics are upheld on the other. Now, we don't regard these as being mutually exclusive or trade-offs, but we believe that the fundamental principles underpinning rule of law and administration of justice cannot be displaced by any kind of tech advancement. So the use of technology like Gen AI to provide legal information is allowed, but no legal tech service is allowed to provide legal advice. In other words, a service like Rocket Lawyer or LegalZoom would be banned in Singapore. Regarding the use of legal tech by lawyers, both our courts and the Law Society have promulgated practice directions and guidance notes to remind lawyers of their continuing duty to abide by professional standards as officers of the court. Hence, the focus is on providing clarifications on how existing statutes like the Legal Profession Act and professional conduct rules would apply to the use of legal tech in the provision of legal services in Singapore. As a common law jurisdiction, the ever-growing body of case law related to legal tech, like smart contracts, would also be relevant in guiding lawyers on what the legal position would be in regards to similar issues. It is also important to understand that our focus is more on the underlying technologies behind the legal tech solutions like Gen AI, cloud computing, or blockchain, rather than on the specific legal tech tool or service. For example, tools like ChatGPT or Copilot utilize Gen AI technology which may hallucinate, infringe copyright, or violate privacy. Thus, our courts issued a guidance circular reiterating lawyers' responsibility to verify any output obtained from the use of such tools, and reminding lawyers to assess the appropriateness of utilizing such output in the first place. The onus is placed firmly on the lawyer as a legal professional with the continuing duty to comply with existing legislation governing legal practice and conduct. Our courts maintain a neutral stance on the use of any technology and does not even require users to declare upfront if they have used Gen AI tools to prepare their cases. Similar principles apply onto the use of cloud computing services like project management, practice management systems, or meta management and collaboration platforms by lawyers. Here, the focus is on compliance with data confidentiality, availability, and retention obligations required under existing legislation like the Personal Data Protection Act, Professional Conduct Rules, and Legal Profession Act. In summary, Singapore has chosen a legislation-light approach where legal technology is concerned, preferring instead to place the responsibility for appropriate use of legal tech tools squarely on the shoulders of lawyers, who are deemed to have no excuse for not complying with their existing professional conduct obligations under the law. To help both lawyers and non-professional court users understand the pros and cons of the underlying technologies used in legal tech tools, Singapore leverages education interventions like guidance notes and programs like FLIP to encourage the safe and effective use of legal technology. To conclude, while Singapore's legal industry is small compared to other economic sectors, legal technology has been identified as a key growth area with potential to bring knock-on socio-economic benefits like greater access to justice through efficiency and cost control gains. Our legislation-light approach is reflective of the desire not to stifle innovation while concurrently reminding lawyers that their role as trusted legal advisors remains undisplaced by the advent of legal technology, which we regard as a tool to augment and not replace lawyers. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion later.
Thank you. 네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. We have heard about the legal tech industry status of Singapore. Now, let's hear about the legal tech industry status of China. Let's invite Professor Jung-Jin Kim of the School of AI Law of the Southwest University of Political Science and Law, and he's going to talk to us about the current status of China's legal tech industry and the related legislation. Please welcome Professor Jung-Jin Kim.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jung-Jin Kim from the School of AI Law of the Southwest University of Political Science and Law. It is truly a pleasure to be able to participate at this and make this presentation in front of such a prominent audience. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Minister and the President of the Institute. I'm going to talk to you about the current status of China's legal tech industry and related legislation. Because I don't have much time, I'm going to be very quick with my presentation. And I have some Chinese characters and the Chinese terminology used in my presentation. I would like to ask for your understanding. And this is what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about the legal tech in China in terms of concept and evolution. And then I'm going to look at the value of legal tech in different fields. And then I'm going to look at major legal tech platforms that are, as well as services that are available in China. And lastly, I'm going to look at the evolution of legal tech platforms and policies in China. And it's a very broad information. And since I do have very little time, I'm going to be really, really fast with my presentation. Well, about the concept of legal tech, well, it's the same concept that's also available in Korea. However, there is a very stronger support from the government in China, so there is different objectives. And if you look at the size of economic size of the legal tech industry, well, we do not have any reliable data, but it has grown significantly for the past 5 years. And the legal tech thus improves, of course, the efficiency as well as the convenience in the legal industry. However, with the legal tech platform, there's a replacement of the personnel, and that reduces responsibility. And there also there is a possible dominance or the monopoly of information by a few people. So that's the negative aspect. And from early 2000, the police began for the so-called informatization of the laws. the aim is to digitalize and utilize electronic networks for the legal task using modern information technology, and they use technology such as AI, big data, and cloud computing. And there are three phases in the evolution of the legal tech in China. So there's the informatization 1.0, informatization 2.0, and finally there's the informatization 3.0. And in the High Court, so there has been a very integrated court system. And since 2015, which is the informatization 3.0, which this is quite beneficial, it has achieved a significant degree of informatization in law with the continuing focus on data and information, and with the government more actively participating in the legal tech in terms of the trial execution and management, judicial reforms, and judicial personal management, litigation services, or the AI and its technology and relevant technologies have been used very widely. And if you look at Article 20 of the Constitution, the state has to develop the natural and social sciences and disseminate scientific and technology knowledge and command and or research achievements and technological discoveries and interventions. And also, if you look at the regional governments, the regional policies, the bar associations, about 7 different regions, have been tasked with developing rules for the legal tech and publishing them as official regional policy statements. Well, they may have association in China, but that association is different from Korean bar association. And let's look at the value of legal tech. As I said, the Chinese government is utilizing legal tech in order to achieve the rule of law. And so I'm going to look at the government and businesses and individuals of where the values of the legal tech can be found. And as for the value for the government, it will actually the legal tech facilitate the task of the court, the prosecutors, and CPLC, and judicial administration, and so forth. An example is called a company called Thunisoft, and this has participated in the informatization program for major agencies in the Chinese government. And with the legal AI platform that it has been able to provide various legal services. And for the smart courts, so there's something called the big data and services platform for the courts. The smart courts are an important tool that automatically collects data in real time and ensures quality of data used and provide a comprehensive range of database services. And so it is the basis for the big data development in China. And over 130 million trial-related data entries are provided from this system, the system called the smart courts. And the courts in 23 provinces and equivalent regions across China have also formed a provincial big data platform to facilitate the creation and operation of over 5,000 science and technology courts. And this is an example of a smart court. This is a platform for managing big data in courts and court services. And this system provides in-depth analysis of cases of fraud involving stolen credit card information, research, and analysis of the progress in the handling of the cases, and the data on the facial recognition of affected members of the public and regional distribution of the fraud cases. And then there's another example about the special report on narcotics crime. The smart court system has also provided in-depth information about the narcotic crimes, including trends, regional distribution, offender details, and types of drug trafficked, and the path of trafficking, points of transaction, and locations of arrests made. And there's also something called a smart prosecute. And then they have what's called a prosecutorial cube, which is a platform for inspection and supervision by the prosecutors. It intends to help prosecutors to make decisions based on judicial data. It was first adopted by the Beijing Municipal People's Procurate. It has they have what's called non-arrest big data analysis. This platform helps the prosecutor analyze non-arrest rates of the cases they investigate or supervise in terms of regions, hours, and manpower invested. And then now I want to talk about smart judicial administration. And so data networks have been integrated to facilitate the smart, intelligent handling of the judicial administrative tasks, and it provides a comprehensive range of big data-based solutions for smart legal proceedings, correctional facility management, substance abuse management, instruction, and control. An example is this: it's a real-time monitoring of arbitration. And there, for the businesses, what is the value of the legal tech? We can look at it from the companies as well as from the law firms. For the companies, the legal tech platforms facilitate the resolution of business disputes, also provide multi-tiered channels of online dispute resolution in partnership with the official bodies of arbitration courts and so forth. And from the perspective of law firms, so through this online trial system provides a useful legal information on how to manage and produce trial required forms and pertinent court cases and details of client parties to trials. And so what would be the value for individuals? Well, the legal tech helps to integrate all available legal services and resources for individuals, and it provides online contract-related services. And these are major legal tech platforms and services that are available in China. I'm going to look at it from a government's point of view, as well as from the large companies' point of view, and from the perspectives of law firms. So let's look at it from a government point of view. So they have what's called a system called WOW, and they have what's called another system called Awaitek, and they have what's called a Louis, a judge, and it provides has intelligent judgment within determination, so it enables the system to think from a judge's point of view. But does it actually work in the field? Well, that something that we would have to see more. And related to prosecutors, it assists prosecutors' decision making with big data and AI. It has evidence investigation technology system and smart case handling support system for prosecutions. And they have been able to reduce case handling time. For instance, such cases as a traffic accident or the larcenies. And the legal tech platforms are also used for a wide range of judicial administrative tasks, including legal tasks and correctional facility. And they would include Beijing 30Soft's legal AI platform and the big data platform for the legal collaboration. And then there are also legal tech platforms for law firms. So this would be the platforms for attorneys. So they would these are tools developed specifically to support efficient handling of the cases by lawyers and collaboration among them, and to support complex and diverse tasks of lawyers, including document management, follow-up with cases, and also PR-related activities. And also the legal tech platforms contracts are the ones that are famous are Fantianxi, a contract assistant, and the Fabalone sign system. And there is also integrated legal tech platform. So this would the platforms that would provide answers to the questions asked for the general public. It also supports with the case analysis, creation of the legal documents, and also allows for the search of the legal information. And Tongyi, Farui, and the Fangshabao and the ZI are the most as well as the Metalo are the well-known such legal platforms. And these are other leading legal tech platforms, but there are over 100 of them. And the ones that are used by the lawyers and the public are, as you can see from the slide, I'm not going to read them. Please look at them on the slide, please. And I have talked about the status as well as the progress of the legal tech platforms available in China. The legal tech platforms in China are still in the process of development. And if you look at the development process of the legal tech platforms, you see that there is an interface with the business platforms. Platforms can be adapted with different technologies according to target users' needs. And so legal AI platforms increasingly provide integrated range of services such as documentation, evidence, logging, analysis. And also they want to build what's called the precise model of human rationality. For instance, law generally imposes objective duties and obligations on subjects by holding subjects as rational human beings capable of discerning rights from wrong and from good from bad. And then third, they want there is also the greater fairness thanks to AI. And and also there's increased precision in the causal inferences. And so now they would like to develop more a reason-based model. And as I said, there is going to be increased fairness thanks to AI. So AI models for legal tech may answer questions of fairness raised by corruption scandals involving judiciary and the legal establishment. And so in line with these developments of the legal tech platforms, the Chinese government has come up with the relevant policies. And first, policies related to computerization. In China, back in 1986, launched the first database on laws affecting foreign persons and entities. And these platforms have enabled the public to participate in lawmaking. And also, the government would like to increase the establishment and use of these legislative information platforms by regional governments. And there's also the digitalization, which would lead to digital platforms that can facilitate interaction between lawmaking institutions and the general public, helping to enhance the transparency of the legislative process. And then there is a so-called smartification, which involves applying AI models to make legislative processes intelligent. And also, the AI-based legislative platforms would enable the risk assessment, legislative risk assessment. And the computerization, digitalization, and the smartifications can also be applied for prosecutorial work as well as the court work. And so with the online of smart court, this would allow this would encompass multiple platform database on trial documentations and so forth. And the system also utilizes big data and AI to improve scientific and evidence-based nature of the judicial decision making. And also, it can also help for the lawyers, as I said. So the lawyers will be able to provide broader services to their clients with these legal tech services. I have talked about the industrialization and the policies related to the legal tech in China. And there were a lot of difficulties or challenges related to digitalization or the computerization because of the interventions by the government. And the people were difficult to have access to legal services in the past, but the legal tech allows for online access of these legal services, which makes it easier for people to search and seek legal services. And this is also going to enable transparency as well as speediness in terms of legal services. China now has a smart court, which is based on the legal tech platform. Of course, there are improvements that need to be made. However, legal tech is definitely going to contribute to the development of a legal system in China. Thank you. I would like to thank you for your attention.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 저희 중국의 리걸테크 산업에 대해서 살펴볼 수가 있었습니다. 어떻게 변화를 하고 있는지 또 발전 과정.
What kind of changes have been made have been explained, along with the smart tech industry. The policies have been also explained fully. Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Now this concludes the session 1 with 3 presentations. We've been talking about the legal tech industries with the regulations and support in Asian countries. Centering around Korea, Singapore, and China, we have been learning about what kind of discussions have been made along with the technological provisions. So thank you very much for 3 speakers. And moving on, we'd like to have in-depth discussions during our discussion time. After arranging the podium on this stage, I'd like to invite all the people, including our presenters as well as discussants. For your information, I have one thing for your information. After all day's event is finished, your ideas are really valuable for us. I'd like to ask you to fill out your form of survey, not only for the audience in the hall, but also the people in the Zoom viewers. I'd like to ask you to fill out your comment section. And if you participate in writing down the comment for this event, we will have a lucky draw for all of these participants, and the chicken coupon will be delivered to you at your door. So we will appreciate your participation very much, and also the website will carry the announcement for that lucky draw event for your comment, as your comments are very valued. Moving on, we'd like to have general discussion with the discussants as well as 3 speakers. We are now making arrangement on the podium, so all the speakers and discussants are welcomed on the stage for our panel discussion. I will now give you our discussant. So also we will have our moderator, Mr. Kim Jong-chan, Director of the Department of Planning and Management of KLRI, will be our moderator. We will invite our speakers, including Mr. Gu Tae-un, Co-Chair of Legal Tech Industry Council, Mr. Paul Neo from Singapore Academy of Law. Please come to the stage. Then I will also have Professor Kim Jung-jin from School of Law at Southwest University of Political Science and Law again on the stage after finishing his presentation right before. Our discussants, please come forward. Mr. Narun Potapanachai, the legal director of the Thailand OCS, and also we will have Mr. Sok Dong-hyun, Public Prosecutor, Legal Affairs Division of the Ministry of Justice. Yes, everyone is now seated. I will now give the microphone to Mr. Kim Jong-chan, Director of KLRI. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be a moderator for the general discussion in the session 1 of this symposium. Thank you, and very nice to see you. Recently, the term legal tech has been the buzzword. The industry of legal tech has been started a decade ago with the expectation of the 93 trillion won of the value of the market. According to Luminous in the UK, they also have the 554 trillion won has made as an investment. And also on technology in Japan has been also prevalent in terms of impact, not just inside Japan, but also in the US and other countries. Korea also has seen the emergence of the legal tech as well as many other technologies in the industries. Law industry actually is very much proper for the technology because of the chatbot, drafting of the law, and the case management. So I believe that many activities have been made. So Beijing and Kim, and as well as the Daeryu Gaju, the law firm, these companies, law firms, are actually introducing the new legal tech services very actively according to their announcement. Along with that, National Assembly of Korea, in order to boost the legal tech industry, is now proposing the draft act and bill of the promotion of the legal tech in Korea. At this juncture, at the 12th ALIS Conference, Asia Legislation Expert Symposium, is very pleased to have this idea and issue on our agenda. It has been very impressive for me to see the discussion on the legal tech in Asian countries. So now I'd like to thank our speakers today. Mr. Koo from the Legal Tech Industry Council has been giving us the overview of the industry of the legal tech in Korea along with the future prospect. So that was a very succinct and compact presentation. Mr. Paul Neo from the Singapore Academy of Law as COO and CFO has been giving us a very impressive presentation talking about the introduction of the industry along with the videos shown to us. The Smart Nations of Singapore has been presented, and also he was talking about the mindset change as well as the medium and long-term changes and plans and implementation of the projects, and also flips, ideas, and also implementations have been explained to us, and the role of the law firms has been also given to us. So new technology support and the ethical commitment of the legal advisors have to be in balance according to his presentation. Also, the professional criteria of the legal community should it be also accompanied with the standards of the ethics in the law. Then Professor Kim of the School of Law at Southwestern University of Political Science and Law gave us the overview of the legal tech industry in China, because China has given us a lot of laws and acts about the transformation, support, and the legal tech industry emergence, and many others. So in various parts of the legal tech, including smart tech, smart prosecutors, and smart administration have been also prevalent according to his presentation. The legal tech platform service in China can have the development from 10 companies to 100 companies in legal tech platform, in legal prosecutor, and comprehensive legal tech platforms have been explained, along with the future policies of China. What impressed me the most is that there is a precision of the correlation analysis of the AI and human, and also the correlation and relationship of the human beings into AI will be explored. That was very impressive. And also the China will have a lot of institutions like the internet, prosecutions, internet court, and internet trials. And they have been very impressive to me. Without further ado, since the time is limited, we will start our discussion right away. I'll give you the floor to Mr. Narun Pupatananchai from Thailand. He is the team leader of OCS on regulation impact analysis and legal evaluation. I'll give you 5 to 7 minutes, please.
And thank you for inviting Office of the Consul State to participate in the ALICE of 2024. My name is Naran Popatanachai, and today I would like to share with the room the current status of the legal tech industry in Thailand, and also not only for the private sector of the industry, but also the public sector of the industry as well. I would also like to share our current updates on legislations that aim to support the legal technology, and not just legal technology, but the adoption of technology in the economy in general, and with the experience of using those legislations in Thailand. So without further ado, I would like to start. 1 second. Okay, there you go. With the current status of a legal tech industry in Thailand with the private sector. So similar to what Paul has said in Singapore and also in Korea as well, the legal industry in Thailand is facing enormous pressure from non-legal professions, but also from tech industry as well, in trying to disrupt the decades-long practices of the industry. And so the law firms and legal professions have been trying to adapt with using of the new technology. And we can see at least 4 ways at the moment that law firms in Thailand and also legal professionals trying to leverage on these new AI technology and also data-intensive technology as well. First that we have seen is the starting to use of the e-discovery process. We've seen some of the startups here in Korea outside of our door offering this e-discovery service as well. And in Thailand, we've started to see the Thai law firms and international law firms operating in Thailand using e-discovery service and technology. We see forensic technology using not only in the law firm but also in litigation, and trying to make sure that the evidence and the document and all other type of evidence can be recovered and analyzed in the most efficient way. We've seen AI-assisted services also not only for the legal professions, but also for ordinary citizens and people as well. And with all of that come the data governance and protection concerns. Not just AI technology, but data-intensive technology in general need data, as the name suggested. So what the concern that comes is that when we use data, we have to have the proper governance, especially with personal data, with data that belong to individuals, and how can we be intrusive with the private information of a Thai person and of the company as well. So the first example that I would like to give is the e-discovery process. At the moment, we can see that if we want to do discovery, so basically the discovering of evidence and especially going through documents, a big law firm in Thailand who assist listed companies or public company in Thailand have to go through many million pages per year of data in trying to find the relevant information to support their work with the clients. And from over 50 million pages of data, normally with one case, they tend to use only about 150 pages. So how can we help these firms in trying to digest this amount of data? So the law firm and some of the law firms have actually used the technology that Paul mentioned, starting off in Singapore and then export it to Thailand to help Thai law firms in trying to be more efficient in providing legal services for Thai customer. Another very interesting example is the AI-assisted chatbot. This is not aimed for the legal professions, but it's the partnership of some of the biggest Thai listed company and also financial institutions, as well as education institutions and universities in Thailand, in trying to come up with a way to help citizens be more compliant with the law. I'll give you an example. If you want to set up a restaurant in Thailand, it takes so many licenses. You have to go through so many hoops to trying to open a legally operated restaurant. So the idea of this AI-assisted chatbot is to help normal citizen or entrepreneur and trying to be more compliant with the law with what they want to do in life. So they can basically ask this AI-assisted chatbot what they want to do, what business they want to operate, and hopefully they will get an answer of what type of licenses, what agencies they will have to contact, and what are the processes that they have to go through. Coming back to the public sector, so in the public sector itself, especially with the work of the Office of the Council of State, we are now developing what we call Better AI project. This project started off by the fact that we want to analyze the gap between our international obligations and domestic law. Basically trying to see if our domestic law is compliant with the international obligation that Thailand signed up for. So for example, we started off with the OECD instruments, and Thailand is in the process of the so-called accession process. So I would like to thank the government of Korea for supporting our project in trying to become the OECD member as well. So with this project, what we have to do is we have to comply or at least provide the gap analysis between OECD instruments and Thai law. And what we do is that we use the large language model to trying to analyze keyword in the OECD instruments and then translate those keywords into Thai. And with that, we use what we call semantic search in exploring those Thai keywords and find relevant additional relevant Thai keywords. And we use those additional relevant Thai keywords to search for the exact same keywords in our law. And with that, we can map the OECD instruments with the law that we have in Thailand. Another project is actually coming from these OECD project is that we think we can then help translate Thai law, English law or OECD instruments into Thai, but at the same time, Thai law into English. And this will help very much with the investment from abroad, foreign investment. We have multinational company trying to help with the investment in Thailand, and the English translation of Thai regulation and legislation would be very helpful in trying to understand the cost of doing business in Thailand. So I wanted to touch very briefly on the supporting legislative efforts in the past couple of years from Thailand in trying to support using of technology in the economy. So the first law that we are developing at the moment is the Electronic Transaction Act. We have this law for the past 20 years, but with the advent of AI and the advent of automated contracting programming, we want to incorporate the contract that is formed using automated system without any human input into the rule book of Thailand. So we propose that we make a change to this Electronic Transaction Act so that the law recognizes a contract formed using an automated system without any natural person intervention or review. Lastly, in Thailand, we rely very much at the moment, especially after the COVID, on the platform economy. The coming of so many digital platforms in helping Thai people buy or sell goods and services cannot be ignored. And this sector of the economy grow rapidly in the past 2 or 3 years. And we have seen the use of AI in these platforms, especially trying to match buyer and sellers. And this use of AI, as I said from the beginning, need to be governed by the right data governance and protection. So we want to provide the right regulatory framework for platform economy to grow and to support the sustainable growth of the economy of Thailand. I would like to stop right there, and if you have any question, I'm very happy to respond. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 나룬 포파타임.
Yes, thank you very much. Our discussant gave us explanation about the status of legal tech in Thailand as well as the available legal support. Now, we're going to invite Prosecutor Seok Dong-hyun to do the discussion. Good afternoon. I'm Prosecutor Dong-hyun Seok from the Legal Affairs Division at the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Korea, where I'm in charge of matters related to the Attorneys at Law Act and the attorney system. I'd like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in today's symposium organized by the Korea Ministry of Government Legislation to discuss one of the most pressing issues in both domestic and international legal sphere. And at first, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Chairman Ted Koo, as well as Mr. Paul Neo, as well as Professor Jung Jin Kim, and Mr. Koo talked about the status. So I'll talk mainly about the regulations in my talk. Well, to begin with, I would like to briefly discuss the current state of the legal tech industry in South Korea. On the right-hand side, you are looking at this legal tech industry promotion and usage facilitation of the National Assembly, which considers these 6 types. And on the left-hand side, you see 9 different types of legal tech services that have been categorized by the University of the Stanford. In our division, we believe that the most actively utilized legal tech services in Korea are attorney search services, legal information search services, automated legal consultation, and automated legal document drafting. So these are the 4 legal tech services that are most available, the most active, and so those are the ones that also what most research is being done. As you know, last year, the lawyers that have joined the legal tech services, they were sanctioned by the association of the Bar Association, and so these sanctions or disciplines, well, this was actually was cancelled by our ministry. So that's the current status. So there's not to be any disciplines or the sanctions against the lawyers or the attorneys that have begun to use this sort of tech services. And although so related to disciplines, well, we believe that issue has come to an end, and also with this discipline being repealed, and we have begun to realize the need to improve the legal tech services. And so the Ministry of Justice, especially my division, is trying to improve or the reform the systems, reform the legal tech related regulations and the framework. And here you see the brokers and advertisement. There's a conflict between the two. And in Korea, brokers are the people that introduce clients, and those are non-lawyers. So this is not allowed in Korea. I don't know about other countries. Well, I understand that the brokers are allowed in other countries, but not in Korea. In our legal system, brokers are illegal. And at the bar of association, they have what's called a discipline committee. And at the Ministry of Justice, we also have a disciplinary committee. And so all the discipline against attorneys have to go through the bar of associations, a discipline committee. And so that's the first phase. And for that discipline decision, if there is any objection against that, then the secondary determination will be made by the disciplinary committee of the Ministry of Justice. And then if there's an objection to that, of course, that issue is going to go to the court. And the bar associations discipline said that this service, that is the legal tech service, is actually a brokering, therefore is illegal. However, the Ministry of Justice saw that it was a service that was simply providing a venue so that the attorneys and the customers or the clients can come together. Therefore, any discipline against the lawyers that are using such services or providing such services should not be disciplined. And with the AI and the legal tech are, as you know, evolving very quickly with the development of science and technology, it seems that AI is being integrated into all sectors or all segments of the business, and also the legal service is not an exception. And this is a trend that we cannot go against, as all the presenters have said before me. And this is a wave that we should all ride together. So the law firms or the private companies, as they are developing AI-based legal tech, and the government is also providing legal services based on the AI. So we are making sure that AI is integrated into the legal services, and also the courts and the prosecutors' services are utilizing AI in order to speed up the overall litigation processes, as well as having the legal processes be done without papers. So that's how the progress that is taking place. And private companies, when it comes to Attorneys Act, when they are developing the legal tech, well, they could potentially violate the act or the laws. And so there is some resistance from the attorneys that are practicing the law in the field. And let's look at the regulations. I think we have the similar regulations in Korea as those that exist in Singapore and China. Non-attorneys cannot provide legal services. I mean, they are criminally punished if they do that. So this is the relevant article. And there's no also partnership. For instance, and so the attorney should not work with the brokers in order to provide the legal services to clients. And this Attorney Act was created and enacted quite a long time ago. And even before, so this is an act that was in place even before the AI has emerged. And so, we have been slow in adopting and incorporating the latest technologies. So we do need to improve this relevant system in order to be able to incorporate these new technologies, including AI. And as I said previously, we are trying to making the improvement. We actually have a special committee on the system, overall system improvement, so that we can provide some sort of operational guideline about the legal service, the legal services that can be provided on online or the technological platform. And about that legislative discussion, we are talking about there are bills that are pending in related so that changes can be made to the legal tech, and the Korea Bar Association has defined what should not be done by the attorneys, but now we want to make we want the presidential decree to define what is not allowed by the attorneys to do, and we also want to make a specific scope for the legal tech. And we could use the large language models in order to provide services with the, of course, approval of the Minister of Justice. So so some of the bills that are pending in the National Assembly. And about the AI, well, so we of course it needs to be regulated, and so that is why we do have a bill to regulate the AI in the legal services. So with this, I would like to conclude my discussion, and I hope that and this is an excellent opportunity for me to learn. And once again, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sok. It was very helpful for us to understand what kind of cases of the disputes in the legal tech, also regarding the Attorneys at Law Act, has been also relevant to that. Also, we have the pending bill regarding the attorneys at law, and also the legal tech promotion bill has been explained by his remark. Since time is quite limited, we'd like to ask back to the speakers to have 2-minute wrap-up before calling it a day for this session number 1. Each of the speakers can have 2 minutes. Mr. Gu, please.
Well, legal tech is a digital transformation in the legal industry. We talk about AIX nowadays, and the digital transformation, AI transformation are occurring simultaneously in the legal services. And legal services must be in line with the changing and demand and the changing requirements of the public. And our association wants to make sure that the legal services that are in line with the needs of the time can be provided. And we want to also, we are also studying what legal services should be provided by people and what should be provided by the machines. Thank you.
Mr. Paul Neo, please.
Thanks. We're pretty much on the learning curve as well. So what I can share is our focus is not so much on the technology or the solutions. It's very much more on the business of law and how we're going to deliver legal services in the future for society's benefit. So it's very much an innovation problem for us. Going back to first principles of why do we need legal services, and then starting from there. So yes, whilst technology is going to make streamline a number of legal processes and make things more efficient, the bigger question is also for us, what will become of the existing legal ecosystem? For example, how will our future lawyers be trained, given that legal technology is going to effectively replace a lot of the lower-end drudgery type of work that you would give your junior associates to do in the law firms? So these are the questions that bother us a lot more, rather than the types of legal tech solutions or technologies. Yeah.
예, 김정진 교수님께서도.
Professor Kim. we had this opportunity to hear about different systems related to legal tech in different countries. Well, in China, of course, AI has progressed or evolved very quickly. And so in terms of facial recognition and the natural language analysis, there are many leading companies in China. However, there are challenges that need to be overcome with the application of this AI technology. Well, China has not been able to prepare secure enough or the solid enough private information protection act. So the prosecutorial work AI is used very widely. And in terms of the handphones or the forensics in China, they have to, for instance, like go through different phases. Well, for instance, a student could have like a graduate certificate or the document. The school would have already certified that document. And so with my facial recognition and with the scanning of my license document, and if it's all in line with the regulation of the ministry, that student would be able to have that graduation certificate issued. But even in China, it's all even at the stage of testing, and they are trying to here in China to legislate of work that are work related to the utilization of AI. The legal tech industry of other countries, well, I was able to learn so much today, and I truly appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have learned from Asian countries with different legal background, which are now navigating through the legal tech in order to provide more transparent and fair service for the law to the general public. It was a very good opportunity to learn all of these things. In each of the countries, the future is being planned so that the technology can serve us to not only the nationals but also the humanity. Also, what kind of role should be played by the states and governments? And these were very vividly explaining to me what the future will be like. This concludes the session number 1. I'd like to appreciate presenters and discussants once again. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 저희
Thank you so much. This has been the end of the session number 1. Along with the general discussion, I'd like to also thank our moderator as well as the presenters and discussants. You may go back to your seats. Thank you very much. This concludes once again the session number 1. Before having the session 2, why don't we have a break? Short break 1. I also see you again after the break.
네, 그러면 이제 두 번째
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now begin session number 2 of the 12th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. And the title of session number 2 is Public Services Related to Legal Tech in Asia and Cooperation Measures. And the presentation will be made by Mr. Hyung-gon Kim, who is the Director General of the Department of International Cooperation of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hyung-gon Kim.
Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Hyung-gon Kim. I'm the director of the Department of International Cooperation at KLLI. First of all, I'm very honored to be here today, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to MOLAC for organizing such a wonderful event. I and my colleagues at KLLI have carried out a research commissioned by the MOLAC, and I would like to share with you the part of the research result today. Since I don't have much time, I'm going to try as brief as possible. So in our research, we have selected 6 Asian countries other than ROK and asked a local legal expert to provide the current status of legal tech developments and regulatory and policy trends in their countries. And here are the brief outcomes. So for Indonesia, while there are potential opportunities for legal tech developments, in particular, the Indonesian Legtech and Legal Tech Association has been established for quite some time ago, and there are a number of legal tech companies providing various legal services. But it seems, however, that legal tech solutions have not yet been actively used in Indonesia, especially in connection with delivering legal services, due to the fact that clients tended to prefer the traditional legal service approach. And Indonesia has adopted the e-court system and the digitalization of court proceedings and several online solutions for legislative services as well. And currently there are no laws or policies directly regulating legal tech. In Kazakhstan, legal tech has been developing in close connection with GovTech, which is more like e-government thing. So in Kazakhstan, legal tech, development of legal tech is more focusing on the e-government aspect. As you can see, Kazakhstan has also adopted some legal tech solutions as part of the digital justice project. And the Kazakhstan is planning to digitize the legislative process through the e-legislation project. There are some strategic documents on the use of legal tech, but not much going on, laws and policies related to the legal tech development. In Malaysia, it is relatively slow for legal professionals to adopt legal tech solutions due to the traditional way they deliver their services. And also, most Malaysian law firms are small firms composed of 1 to 5 lawyers. So basically, there are not much incentive for them to adopt legal tech. 8 legal tech startups have been registered in Malaysia since 2017, and it seems that currently only a few startups provide their services. In contrast, various legal tech solutions have been developed and adopted in the judicial and legislative services, such as e-court system, e-judiciary system, and e-law system. And the Legal Profession Act of 1976, which prohibits legal services and advertisements by non-lawyers, is considered to be as the major barrier to the development of legal tech. And an amendment bill has been proposed by the Malaysian Bar Association. In Mongolia, since the legal market is relatively small, there is not much incentive for legal tech companies to develop legal tech solutions. And also, clients are reluctant to use legal service-related advanced technologies. In providing the judicial and legislative services, the Mongolian governments are widely using legal tech solutions to support remote and online participation of the parties in trials and to operate online legal information database. There are some strategic documents on the use of legal tech, but other than that, not much is going on in the field of laws and policies related to the legal tech. And there are a couple of laws, like law on advocacy, which allows only qualified lawyers to provide legal services, and the law on partnership, which allows only limited liability partnership to provide legal services, and the law on licensing, which prohibit legal tech companies from providing legal services, are considered to be as the barriers to the legal tech innovation. In Vietnam, like other countries, most legal professionals are law firms, and law firms are still used to the traditional way of providing legal services, and they are not yet ready to change it. And therefore, mostly basic legal tech solutions, such as simplifying documents creation or time tracking tools and communication platforms, are used by many law firms. The People's Court has adopted legal tech solutions for online trials, and also the government is preparing the digitalization of legislative process and also digital transformation in various stages of legislation and legislative activities. There is a draft law on a digital technology industry which aims to create an environment favorable to the development of legal technology industry, and which also regulate matters related to the legal tech, but it was proposed and currently is being reviewed. In Uzbekistan, the development of the legal tech industry is mainly related to e-justice, which was initiated as a measures to improve the court's heavy workload. An electronic portal for improving judicial accessibility and transparency and efficiency of the court proceedings, and also an online system that enables the parties to electronically submit the litigation documents and to access information related to the case judgment database have been developed. And also the National Legal Information Center has established and operates a National Legal Information Database. And there are several presidential decrees enacted for the measures to improve and digitize the services of the judiciary. In Korea, I would like to just make 2 points briefly. MOJ is currently operating the system that supports AI-based investigations, and also is planning to establish the system that completely digitizes the criminal procedure. And MOLAC is currently developing the AI-based law and regulation search system and planning to develop a system for the generative AI-based information database. And also we have the same problem with the Attorney at Law Act and other legal issues as well. And the comparative study that we did has essentially led us to the conclusions that legal tech solutions have been limitedly adopted and used in many Asian countries. And Asian countries have, on the other hand, widely adopted and used various legal tech solutions that support remote litigation or online trials, and also that digitize the legislative process and establish a legal database for facilitating access to legal information. And third, in general, there has been no active or prompt legislative responses in Asian countries to ease or improve regulations or statutory restrictions stipulated in the law. And what should we do for the development of legal tech industry in Asia? First, we should make effort to ease or improve regulations and statutory restrictions on legal tech. The leading countries in the legal tech industry, such as US and UK and Germany, they have enacted or amended legal service-related laws in a way to allow non-lawyers to enter the legal service market and to provide legal services as well. However, most Asian countries are at the stage where such efforts are about to be discussed or are being currently discussed at the most. Second, we should cooperate with each other to accelerate the development of legal tech solutions, which enhance accessibility to judicial and legislative services. As previously mentioned, Asian countries have widely adopted and used various legal tech solutions in providing judicial and legislative services, especially those solutions supporting remote litigation and online trials and facilitating access to legal information. And also we have learned about the current status of legal tech developments in China, Singapore, and Thailand, and Korea. So as we can see, such legal tech solutions differ from country to country in terms of technologies and coverages. So mutual cooperation in sharing legal tech experiences and developing legal tech solutions may accelerate the development of legal tech industry and also as well as enhance the accessibility to judicial and legislative services. Third, we should consider the establishment of a program governance supporting legal tech companies and startups. So the UK's model, Law Tech UK, has been established and operated by the Ministry of Justice. And Law Tech UK's regulatory sandboxes and related supports have been a great asset for especially early stage legal tech startups that need an advice on related regulations and statutory restrictions and have been a strong support for the development of legal tech industry. In order to promote the systematic and sustainable developments of legal tech industry, it is necessary to consider setting up effective program governance such as Law Tech UK. Now, what could be the mutual cooperation building measures for the development of legal tech in public service? In other words, how and where can we start? As announced earlier, MOLEC has been envisioning the establishment of the CALI, the Council of Asian Legislative Institutions, as a collaborative platform among Asian countries. And we are about to witness the establishment of the CALI, and the main functions of the CALI are to facilitate cooperation to prepare Asian countries' legislative responses to pending legal issues, mutual cooperation for the development of legislative administration in Asian countries, cooperation to promote the disclosure of or access to legal information in Asian countries, and cooperation to improve laws and regulations for the development of legislation in Asian countries. The legal tech issues, I believe, easily suit and fall under these collaborative areas of the CALI. And under the regular and continuous multilateral cooperation through the CALI, Asian legislative institutions and Asian countries gather together and they can discuss the alleviation or improvement of regulations and statutory restrictions on legal tech. And also, they can share with each other the various legal tech informations and solutions through this platform. Furthermore, they can identify for the joint cooperation opportunities, and through this they can promote and carry out joint projects for the development of legal tech solutions as well. And the improvement of legal tech related laws and regulations could be one of the topics under this collaborative platform. And multilateral cooperation through CALI, therefore, may produce more effective cooperation results. And I believe the CALI can serve as an excellent platform for the mutual cooperation. And CALI is a good place to start developing legal and policy instruments for the development of legal tech industry. Thank you for listening.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Hyung-gun Kim, the Director General of the Department of International Cooperation of Korea Legislative Research Institute, talked about the legal tech development status in different countries in Asia: Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mongolia, Vietnam, Uzbekistan, and other Asian countries. Legal tech-based public services were explained, and also he talked about ways for cooperation for the promotion of legal tech in Asia. So we have listened to the presentation for session number 2 with the title of Public Services Related to Legal Tech in Asia and Cooperation and Measures. We are now going to have discussions. So the presenter and the panelists are going to engage in very active discussion, and have housekeeping announcements to make, and also some other announcements to make. If you scan the QR codes you see on the screen, you can participate in the satisfaction survey. And for those that participate in the survey, we do provide a token of our appreciation. And so those that are participating online as well offline, please fill out the surveys. And there's going to be an event about how you to see how you felt about the symposiums. So not just those here in the room, but also those that are joining us online. Please participate in this event. So just upload in your SNS, such as YouTube, blogs, or Instagram, about some comments about the symposium. And after having uploaded your comments, and after that, if you participate in the event, we will be sending out gift icons with which you can buy a chicken. And this event is also going to be notified through an official SNS of the MOLEC. Now we're going to begin the panel discussion for session number 2. So the moderator and the discussants, I would like to ask you to join us on stage. Professor Seung-pil Choi of Law School, Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, will serve as the moderator, and Director General Hyung-gun Kim and Director Young-jin Lee of the Ministry of Government Legislation, please join us on stage. And CEO Ji Eun-chung of CODIT also join us on stage. And also Director General Nguyen Van Kung from the Institute of Legal Strategy and Science from the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam, please join us on stage. And Director Amaransa Ochirabat of the Institute for Mongolian Korea Law, International University of Ulaanbaatar, please join us on stage. And Deputy Head Rajabov Adil Norod of the Legal Information Department, the Ministry of Justice, the Republic of Uzbekistan, please join us on stage. Now I will turn over the microphone to Professor Seung-pil Choi. Good afternoon. My name is Seung-pil Choi. I teach at the Law School of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and I will serve as the moderator for session number 2. We have to finish by 6 o'clock. And we have many number of discussants here on stage. So we have to conduct this panel discussion very efficiently and effectively. We have 3 panelists from other countries, and I will give you 8 minutes. And for our Korean panelists, you only have 5 minutes. So I shouldn't take up too much time because that would be a waste of time. So let's dive directly into a discussion. I'm going to ask Ung Nguyen Van Quang, the Director General from Vietnam. Why don't you do the discussion for 8 minutes? If you're not ready, are you ready?
Yes. I prepared some slides for my presentation about. Sorry. Okay, here. About the prospect for the application of AI in providing public service related to law in Vietnam. And as you know, Vietnam nowadays, after 40 years of launching national renovation from 1986, we have developed very significantly. And now we have a GDP about 430 billion US dollar, ranking the 35th of the largest economy in the world. And the turnover and import and export turnover is about 700 billion US dollar. And we have to build up a comprehensive legal system now with about 290 law and about 1,000 decree and other legal normative documents as well. It's providing very good legal basis for the economic transition in my country. But it also poses some challenge for understanding and assessing and applying the legal regulation as well. And so that also the chance for application of IT and digital technology and AI in my country, especially for our digital economy nowadays with the participant of about 78 million internet users, and we have about 168 million mobile connection. And so far, our government have speed up the build up of e-government and digital government. And now we have the National Public Service Portal with about 4,400 online public administrative procedure. About 70% of all procedure are now online. We can do online. And all the government website, they have the legal information provision section as well. And we have online legal database. We have the online conference system to make the connection between the central government and the local government. It worked quite well so far. But in terms of application of AI, to tell the truth, it's a bit limited. And we have some AI system. For example, the people court virtual assistant, it's worked quite effectively so far as far as I know. And we have some virtual assistant for legal inquiry. For example, for the National Business Registration Portal. And we have a pilot project in local government, especially in Ho Chi Minh City. But the application of virtual assistant for the legal inquiry or legal provision is quite limited so far, to tell the truth. From what I know, then for the shift to the digital transformation, then we can see a lot of potential of application of AI. And it will change, we can see that some kind of revolutionary change. If in the past, we work for the traditional legal practice. We work around the legal books and physical library, and we take a lot of time for the manual search of legal provision and case law, and everything is very time-consuming and manual. But nowadays we work with a laptop, tablet, electronic database, and new communication methods. So we see the visual opportunity for application of AI in lawmaking and law enforcement in my country, and it no longer kind of fiction or so futuristic, but it become kind of an urgent necessity so far. And because of AI, we can see that AI can help us a lot. What my Vice Minister already mentioned, that it can suggesting legal answer, offering template for drafting legal document, analyzing and summarizing the legal text, and faster and more accurate legal research than manual efforts. And also other kind of potential, for example, record and transcript, meeting minutes, and translating foreign legal text, overcoming language barrier for learning foreign experience, and reducing manual legal research time. But of course, when applying AI, we also see some kind of concern, for example, for privacy and data security, and the bias, and also the public trust in the AI-based legal services. So we think that we need to do some kind of balancing between the AI application and public concern. For my view about the future of AI in Vietnam lawmaking enforcement, I think that AI presents pose opportunity and challenges in Vietnam legal system, and opportunity are visible for data processing for policy analysis, legal drafting, and provision of legal information and certain online public service. But we need some kind of a careful management of applying AI in the lawmaking process and enforcement, and a lot of new chain needed. And we should focus on maximizing benefit for the people through AI application. But we think that digital transformation and application of AI in legal sector is an irreversible change, and it is time to speed up to avoid being left behind. That is the key message I would like to share with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
짧은 시간이었는데 이렇게
Thank you very much. Using such a short time, he has been very effectively giving us the essence of the ideas. We heard about what's happening in Vietnam in the previous session. What occurred to me is that through the digital and AI, the images that we vision are identical among the countries. So I was very much impressed. Without further ado, I'd like to ask Mr. Amarsana Obarsat from Mongolia for his discussion, and it will be given 8 minutes, please.
네, 안녕하십니까. 몽골에서
Good afternoon. I'm from Mongolia. My name is Marsana Osirbat. I am working at the Institute of Mongolia Korean Law at the International University of Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Let me introduce my organization. In Mongolia, this is the only organization that is working on the Korean law. In order to do that, we have already established our committee for the research on Korean law, and we are having the collaboration between our two organizations. And also recently, regarding the Korean law, we have done a project that is related to the translation into the Mongolian language from the Korean acts and also bins. We are very much interested in what's happening in Korea and the legal terms. When there is a revision or enactment of the law in the Ministry of Justice in Mongolia, we are always referring ourselves to the laws and existing regulations in Korea. So Korean laws are that much relevance for us. And also when we are studying Korean law, the level of interest is getting higher and higher nowadays. Today, what I prepared today is about the AI legislative services for the public sector in Mongolia. As recently as in June this year, we had an amendment of the structural law in our systems. With that amendment, we have our procedures as well as data to be collected. So we have gone through a lot of stages of getting ready for that legislation. So the legal background has been promoted a lot in this process of the enactment using the e-platform or e-government platform that is underway by the auspices of the Mongolian government. And also we have been keenly interested in the results and outcome of that amendment. And also in Mongolia, for the last several years, there is a very strange phenomena happening. Of course, we should have the technology coming in as well, but there's also resistance to technology as well. It's very strangely, for example, in the judges in the court of Mongolia, sometimes they are resistant, and sometimes they're very, very busy and tired because of the higher number of the cases. Therefore, these judges have been working in a very disadvantageous circumstances, but we haven't seen any amendment or the improvement of the working conditions of the judges. Once we have the electronic based changes, I believe that the life of judges will be much better in the future. That's what the judges told me so far. Also, the biggest expectation by the judges is that during the process of making the rulings, they should have a lot of theories and background data and also the background laws that should be access to them through AI. If they have such services, that would be also a very good result. So they're very much expectant of such services of the electronic systems in the future. So that's what the judges told me as well. When they have the rulings, they don't want to be reliant on the AIs totally. They only want to get the data easily through the database so that they can be efficiently and effectively concluding the cases. So as a part of this innovation, we do not have the whole story about the results. We are still in the process of making it. So the level of expectation, as I said, is very high. Also, we do have a precondition for this. The electronic platform should be connected together under the new stipulation. So all these electronic services as well as the databases are going through a platform that has been established. According to Article 77, as you see here, the court electronic platform that is being planned nowadays is actually will not require the basic systems that will have the collection of the procedures in the court. So that even though they have a stipulation in the law here, sometimes they are requesting the data separately. Although the law says that there shouldn't be an extra avenue to call for the provision of the act. Therefore, what they are trying to say is that they want to unify the channels of the getting the data. So one of the new revisions of the law is to make it unified among all the users, including the judges. Also, we do have the Legal Procedure Act. There have been also amendments proposed. For example, the judges in the Mongolian court can use the electronic format in order to understand and identify the cases of the nature, and also they can do the servicing of these documents through the electronic forms. Therefore, the criminal procedural law is to be amended in this way. Also, for documentation, they also have the requirements for the technology to be used. So people who are dealing with the technology should be respected. That's also another amendment in this act. But although we are not having the final form of platform, we're not sure what kind of form would that be, but we are expecting that further changes will be made. Also, in the process of the legal procedures, using the electronic forms like emails, there will be a lot of uses of them as well. And also the lawyers and attorneys at law in Mongolia can use the emails in order to service the documentation. That's also use of the electronic format in order to provide the procedures and documents of the things that are related to the cases. That's also a separate regulation and clause in the stipulation. Also, next for the documentation or documents, they can be electronic form or electronic paper that is going through the electronic platform. That also should be added in here. If they are based on the paper in terms of the documentation, in this case, the administrative personnel at the court can deal with them in utilizing them as evidence in the court procedures. In fact, if you have the more and more amount of paper-based documentation, that will be also giving the burden for the workload of the court personnel. I don't know how we can solve the problem through these platforms. And next, for the court orders and amendment of the court procedures, they have to be streamlined in these procedures. And also to the parties of the cases, the information related to the case should be provided to them through the court electronic protocols. Therefore, we have prepared our readiness for this electronic format of the court. The last but not least, we do have the Criminal Law Procedure Act provision. As I read it, I heard that there is an intention to change it to the platform in the electronic form for the court, public prosecutors, and investigative institutions. So they are also in line with the whole trend here. So in this administrative procedures, they also have to apply the laws and also compliant with this electronic information system. Last but not least, for the attorneys at law, when they have the litigations at the court, if they are not able to provide electronic form of the documents, they have to prove the reasons why, and then they also have to submit the forms in the electronic form. That's also another amendment. That's another question mark for me, because in the future in Mongolia, I don't know what will happen into this amendment of the law, asking attorneys at law to provide the electronic form when they cannot use it, and also when they cannot use this, they can also provide paper-based forms. But nothing has been opened or disclosed yet, so they are worthwhile to be watched. So through our many meetings, we can learn from other countries and their experiences. We are very much ready to listen to other countries' cases. However, so far, when it comes to the Legal Procedures Act in Mongolia, they have done this amendment, but nothing is for sure in the future what could be done in order to provide all these new amendments in a technological manner. As you say, the legal people are quite conservative in general in many countries, so they are not so much ready to accommodate all these changes. That's a thing that we have to ask ourselves in the future. Thank you very much.
We heard about the case of Mongolia. It seems that legal tech in Mongolia seem to be enhancing efficiency when it comes to the procedural cases, and they're utilizing AI to complement, supplement the deficiencies. And Mongolia has a very similar legal system as Korea, and so that is why there is much room for cooperation between Mongolia and Korea. And now we're going to invite Deputy Head Razaboyev Dilnurod of the Legal Information Department of Ministry of Justice of Uzbekistan. Would you please make your presentation or talk?
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, annyeonghaseyo. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Uzbekistan, it's a great honor and privilege for me to participate in this meaningful event. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Ministry of Government Legislation on organizing such kind of event. My name is Dilmurad, and I have been working in Ministry of Justice. And today, I will be discussing the remarkable transformation of public services in Uzbekistan through the integration of legal technology. And this transformation is not only enhancing efficiency, but also improving transparency and access to justice across the country. The Ministry of Justice has played a central role in these reforms, focusing on several key areas, including public services, civil registration, intellectual property, notary services, advocacy, lawmaking, and legal aid. First of all, on the most important tools in Uzbekistan is the Unified Interactive State Service Portal, my.gov.uz. This portal acts as a single access point for citizens and businesses to use government services online. And by accessing the portal, individuals can file documents, track applications, and even seek legal advice without leaving their home. And today the portal offers 674 electronic services, making public services more accessible and efficient. Another important advancement is the electronic licensing system through the platform license.gov.uz. It provides 116 types of licensing services and simplifying the previously process of obtaining license and permits for business. This system is an important step in reducing bureaucracy and improving the ease of doing business in Uzbekistan. Next one is I want to highlight the notary information system. Since January 2019, all notarial actions in Uzbekistan have been digitized, and the system is integrated with 37 information systems from 21 ministers and agencies, ensuring that 85% of notarial services are now digitized. This integration has streamlined process and reduced paperwork, minimized human error, which is a key step enhancing public trust in legal services. In terms of legal aid and advocacy, the Ministry of Justice launched the Legal Assistance Information System. This system integrates legal services with other government agencies and provides citizens with access to legal aid. A digital registry of lawyers and personalized electronic cabinets for each lawyer have been created, and ensuring that licenses for legal practice and legal orders are issued digitally with QR code, reducing the possibility of corruption and ensuring transparency. The lawmaking has also been significant technological innovation. Uzbekistan has introduced the electronic system for drafting and agreeing on normative legal acts, project.gov.uz. This system allows ministers and agencies to collaborate on legal documents electronically and speeding up the legislative process and ensuring that laws are created in an organized and efficient manner. Public input in the lawmaking process has also been prioritized through the public discussion portal regulation.gov.uz. Citizens and business can provide feedback on draft legislation and ensuring the voices of public are heard in legal reforms. And the next one is Uzbekistan has rolled out a Yeouido system for decision-making as a local government system. This system registers and tracks government documents, including decisions by regional governors and local councils. including to date our 426,000 documents have been registered, leading to a significant reduction in the time spent and document approval process by 80% and reduction in paper use by more than 50 tons. Lastly, to support small businesses and low-income individuals, Uzbekistan has launched the self-service legal tech system, Yurkhizmat.uz. This platform provides legal advice and document preparation services without requiring a lawyer, enabling citizens to access essential legal support in an affordable and efficient manner. Future prospects of in this field, Uzbekistan, one of the central goals is to ensure that all public services are provided electronically, reaching a target of 100%, and simplification of government procedures. We expect the plan is simplify 300 government procedures ties directly into the legal system. And when it comes to cooperation in this field, I would like to thank the Ministry of Legislation of Korea, especially Lee Young-jin, to work support on the project of ODA, and we are working on this project today to enhance the legal system in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Regarding the ODA project you mentioned the last, we are hopeful that we will have more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Single access will be the use for the electronic form for the ODA. Single access is given in order to improve the effectiveness and also the efficiency, and also the relief of the right has been also included in that matter. So we were very much hopeful about that. Thank you very much for the three discussants. Now is the time for us to listen to the Koreans. Now I'd like to have Mr. Young-jin Lee, Director of Ministry of Government Legislation. I saw his pages of slides, too much, so if 5 minutes would be too severe, so I'll give you 8 minutes.
As was just introduced, my name is Young-jin Lee. I'm a director at the Ministry of Government Legislation. I would like to talk about the role of the National Law Information Center. And I'm not going to use all 8 minutes. I'm going to finish earlier than that. And currently, I am responsible for the National Law Information System within the Ministry of the Government Legislation. I'm involved with the AI and the big data, and also for the ODA. So those are all the work that I'm responsible for at our ministry. In the interest of time, I'm not going to make any comments about the presentation today. I'm going to move directly to the comments that I have prepared. And at our ministry, we are providing support to Korean legal tech companies. Back in 2020, there was an act on the management and provision of legal information that was established and enacted, which provides the support to the legal tech businesses and other related parties. And I'm not going to, so it says that we are to provide various technical support in order to have more vital legal tech industry. For the legal tech industry to prosper, it's very important to get legal information. And there are about 620,000 legal data, and that data can be utilized by the private companies or other private entities so that they can do their business. For instance, the legal tech. And so we are helping legal tech companies by providing this data. Of course, that these legal tech companies first have to submit the application to use the data first. And we provide that data through an API. Acts change frequently. And whenever the acts are amended or revised, that amendment or those changes need to be provided promptly to the parties that that need that information. And there are about 1,400 or 1,500 private companies, universities, research centers, and other government agencies that are connected to our system through an open API. And also the information or the amended information can be provided from our homepage. Let me give you an example of a legal tech about automatic creation of legal document and about extraction of flaws related to a particular case where they can get more, they'll be able to create more accurate legal information, which means their end customer will be able to have higher trust or confidence in the data they will be receiving. And on the 2nd of October, there was a partial amendment of the existing act, or the act that I've just mentioned, which has an acronym of AMPLI. And this calls for increase in support for legal tech businesses, as well as measures for facilitating public-private partnership on enhancing the accuracy of the legal information. And so we are helping other countries develop law information system through ODA program. Indonesia, Vietnam, and Uzbekistan will in those countries, so the legal tech companies in those countries will be able to get necessary law information or processed law information, and they'll be able to provide, that processed law information to their local customers. Beginning December of next year, we're going to have intelligent law browser, what we call intelligent law browser. Our information center, where you could only search only with the legal terms, but with this new site for the browser, utilizing AI, you could use natural languages to search for relevant legal phrases or the legal provisions. And furthermore, beginning from 2026, utilizing generative AI technology, we are going to be providing more detailed legal information to the public. So we're going to be utilizing something very similar to ChatGPT. And there will also be a big data platform. So we're going to have an ISP that's going to have a big data platform beginning next year. And so utilizing this sort of big data system and AI systems, we want to open up the legal data to the legal tech companies. And that way we want to support the development of legal tech industries. And there could potentially be errors in the legal information provided by the legal techs. And when such errors occur, well, that's going to reduce the confidence of the public in the legal tech system. So the MOLEC and the Ministry of Justice, as well as the private companies, well, we need to have some sort of a consultative body so that more accurate legal information can ultimately be provided to the end customers. For the legal tech industry to grow qualitatively and quantitatively, our center will play the necessary role and provide the necessary support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. It was a good remark. In actuality, the Ministry of the Law and Government, MOLAG, has been also responsible for this. As a professor of the law, I believe that existence is really valuable, like a true gem. Whenever I go to my office early in the morning, I have the habit of connecting myself to the website of this organization, which is under the MOLAG. And it is very valuable to my students as well. Once it is opening the database to the general public, it will be a great milestone for Korean law to be further developed. Thank you very much. Moving on, what about the market condition? So the legal law and also legal tech can be now observed in the society in general. So why don't we just listen to Ms. Chung Ji-eun to talk about her practice for about 6 to 7 minutes only.
Somehow always become the last speaker, but I'm going to try to be the best speaker so that you can really understand what's going on in the legal tech industry and what kind of pain point we're also having in this space so that the government from all around Asia can also learn from what legal tech companies are going through and really provide the services that are necessary for them to prosper. And I noticed also that I'm the only women speaker here, so I have big, shoes to fill. And to give you a very brief background on the use of AI in the public sector, we have also today the whole day talked about how lawyers are going to use the service and also the private sector are going to be using it. But I want to talk about the public sector use and also the legislation technology. We talked about court cases, issues, and so on, but what is the technology doing in the legislation space so that the government, business, and research can make better use of legislation? How many of you wonder what can AI do in this space? We read a lot of the papers that are very long. Can we make it much more synthesized? But one of the things that we are expecting AI to do is that we want to understand public sentiment mostly about the policies that are changing. Or we also want to understand what is the potential effect of the changed law in the businesses and into the public, the general public. And we also want to know what kind of alignment can we have in the central and the local level authority using the AI. So a lot of things that can be done by AI. And we have that kind of expectation. And main 4 points that we have, in terms of the expectation is that we want to make, we want AI to do what 100,000 people can do in 1 second. So we're expecting speed, we're expecting comprehensiveness, we're expecting coverage of the data, as well as how can we do this with such little cost, instead of having all these people, spending hours. So we had one project, for example, working with the Ministry of Finance and Economy in the past, working specifically with Coded. They wanted to find out basically what are the regulations related to numbers and budget. And they wanted to kind of normalize that to the real world. There are some laws that were drafted 10 years ago, and the limit of the budget or specific cost was very, very outdated. And they had to go through all the lines of the law, and how can they find that kind of information. So using Coded's AI, we were able to deliver that service by quickly finding specific lines that are in the law, which is not searchable sometimes, because you cannot really search $2 or $3 in the legal search engine and find the list of laws that are related to that. I used to work in UNESCO and OECD, working with more than 200 countries in the past. So that we've been comparing these kind of issues in the past, and you realize that it's not just Korea or Japan's case, but all around the world. Everyone is facing technology is necessary in the legal sector, and especially in the legislation sector, because that can actually bring a lot of changes to the public. So when I founded Codic, I realized that the goal was to really bring all the legal data into one platform, not only in Korea but across countries. So we are digitizing the legislation and policy sector. So like what the Salesforce and Slack and different big tech companies did in the B2B sector, we are digitizing legislation, policy, and regulation sector at the moment. And the one pain point we realize the most is the lack of data available across countries. So in Korea, there is a lot of data actually available, but also in a specific format. So it took us a lot of time to kind of transfer that into the data that is transferable. But then when we were looking at data from Vietnam, Mongolia, and different countries, there is data, but then not enough to really learn from the AI and then serve the right type of things. So what we are thinking is that a lot of government focus on and spending budget on building AI system for their country, but also not so much budget is spent on how open the data is, what kind of quality do you have in the data in the space, so that other companies in the private sector can use that data to develop products that are very specific to the needs of different industry and different members. But I do feel that it will be a great advantage for the government to really spend budget and energy in delivering and making sure that the data is up to date and in quality. Coded also has a global policy tech lab, and we realized that there's a lot of labs that are looking into technology, but who is really investing time and money and energy into legislation and policy data that can be used in the space of AI. So we have developed that lab to really research how can we make sure the AI is really used properly in many of these sectors that are asking for that. So the government is doing a lot of work, but also in the private sector, we are investing a lot on that feature. You can learn more about our service at the booth outside. We provide a lot of the real-time news monitoring, translating everything in English in real time. Also interactive, policy-related discussions that are happening, you can do that. So a lot of the Fortune 500 companies, global companies outside of Korea is using Coded to find out about what's happening here and also in Japan. We are also trying to expand to other Asian countries when the data is available. We have also unicorn startups and government is using Coded as well. We've been working hard on developing patents because we realize that there is not much technology already existing in this space. So we have already 13 patents registered and have been working tirelessly on that aspect. So when we were expanding to global markets, this is something that I wanted to kind of pinpoint here, that the data is available in some countries and some are not. But what can we do if the data is available with the AI is that, what we more future looking issue is that we can draft a lot of things. Obviously, you have already experienced that with ChatGPT and things like that. So using the current data, you can draft legislative bills that can be up to date and reflecting a lot of the changes, and also automatically kind of correcting the specific laws that are not aligned with the general law. And also it can give you deep analysis of what's happening. A lot of the times, the law text is very short, and it doesn't give you very detailed information. So using the information outside of the legal text, using the current, data and so on, you can definitely do more deeper analysis using the data, and it can give you more figures to actually do that. Lastly, it can prepare a lot of the audit-related issues, the inspections that you guys are going through. You have to prepare so many documents every day, and using that, there's usually very similar questions that are addressed in the audit. So you could also use AI in order to address a lot of the problems that the inspection has as well. So I'm going to try to end it here, and if there's any other developments that are happening in your countries, I'm happy to learn more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. 고맙습니다. 필드의 이야기 잘 들었습니다.
So we have heard from somebody who's working in the field. So if it can be provided at a lower cost, in a faster manner, I think that more companies will be utilizing the services. So I'm going to give about 2 minutes to Mr. Kim. Also, you don't need that time. Let me try to summarize. What the law wants is a fairness and justice. And legal tech can add efficiency and effectiveness in the process of attaining fairness and justice. And the development of legal tech can accelerate the era of justice and fairness in terms of law. And this is something that is truly a cross-border. And I hope that Cali, which soon will be launched, will make a contribution for that end. So with that, we would like to conclude session number 2.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 두 번째 세션 종합 토론이 마무리가 됐습니다. 네, 공평과 정의라는 이
been talking about the equity and justice using the legal tech. This concludes the session number 2. I'm really hopeful that all of you are working your best in your own position. Thank you very much once again to the presenter as well as panel discussants who have spent a lot of time for giving us great input. This has been the end of our agenda today. It has been a long afternoon, and thank you very much for staying out until the end of the day. Also, thank you for watching us through the online channels at the other side of the screen. Also, the online survey is going on now in order to find out how much you are satisfied with this agenda today. Please join us for this satisfaction survey. If you are in here, you are also subject to the lucky draw with our souvenirs for our token of appreciation for your satisfaction level. Also, your comments are very valued. We are very much curious to know what you have been feeling about our discussions today. So please write down some of your comments, and then we will be appreciating your participation. Online participation is possible. All these social media can be available, for example, the Instagram and Facebook and many others. So if you have written down some notes on the comment section, we will also select some of you to give you out our gifts. Thank you very much for your cooperation in advance. And also through the website of the MOLEG, we'll be providing you who are the successful candidate of this lucky draw. We have been thinking about all these programs today, and I really hope that our continued efforts will not be ceased in the future. This concludes the 12th ALES conference. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.